Hello. Oh god, I'm all over the place. So, everybody doing? Right for not streaming yesterday, but I was not feeling well. Still not feeling 100%, but I'm good enough to so that the stream wouldn't be just an utter abomination. I can eat now, which is good. Half a frozen pizza in front of me that's going to be devoured over the course of this stream. Oh, hydrating, all that. I can eat now, at least, Beth. I feel like once you can eat after one of those situations, then you're fine. I think I'm just more so fatigued now. Like parts of my body are still sore, just because. But I think that's just stuff that'll figure itself out with rest. Oh, I did mute. So glad YouTube got its shit together recently. It's had us like drop like 20 subs we got one day. They just dropped them all. I'm like, okay, it's entirely possible that all those people subbed and then immediately unsubbed, but that seems unlikely. And then today finally, I guess other people are having that issue too. And today finally, apparently it's like screwing up a bunch of analytics. But then today finally it reset itself. Like the sub count on the channel was always correct, but on the dashboard it was like 2999, and I'm like, this is why I didn't share the 3000 thing yet, because who fucking knows? Sometimes they do their own audits and then like will purge bot accounts. I have no idea how many bot accounts are subbed. Hopefully none. I did indeed. Speaking of which, yo, Uprising, long time no see. When I streamed, what was that, Friday? Days are running together again. It's holiday weekend makes it kind of weird. When I streamed on Friday, we still had a drop. So that's not fixed yet. Whatever happened the last time I streamed to make it so that it did not drop, it's still a problem. I mean, it dropped on Wednesday too, didn't it? Because like Fairy Tale dropped, and I was just like, that's when I'm gonna end the stream, because I had work I needed to do. And now both of those times I was playing on the PS5, so there's an additional console, additional device on the network. So if that is the problem, then we'll see if maybe that changes things. But excuse me. Yeah, thanks, Fred. Been a long road. Indeed, welcome, Bell Pepper. That'll happen sometimes, Lugia, because they round up, because they don't show, like, remember they used to show like the correct number, like the exact number, but then they changed it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Ventus. They only go 2 spots right at the decimal point, so now they just round up or down. Although sometimes their rounding is weird. How's everybody else doing? JB Beth, Ventus, Dog, Lugia, Easy Ran, Diego, Chris. First message I see is Chris. Be some people. Trep. Ah, can't forget Trep. And randomness unlimited. Thank you. Feel good. Nemo, what's up? Every time I get a haircut, I'm like, man, I really shouldn't wait that long to get a haircut. But like, my wife kind of likes my hair longer at times, so I'm like, I'll leave it a little bit every once in a while. I'll let it grow a little longer. The bigger problem is the beard. This is what really feels good. Well, no, that's not true, because every once in a while, especially when it starts getting hot, when I cut this down, this feels really good because like it feels like more air is getting to my head. I'm not sure if that's like a scientific thing or the air is going to get to your head anyways, but like your skin. But with the shorter hair, it just feels like it's breathing more, which is nice. But the beard's the big thing. Beards are not super easy to take care of, at least insofar as making them continually look nice. I'm also just not very good at it. Do you mean like not taking a break, Uprising, or do you mean like in order of release? Like what's the context of the question so that I can answer properly? Just Bell? Okay. I got you. Thanks for letting me know. Well, you guys saw what I did thanks to COVID. Although I only lasted like, what, 2 months, 3 months? Whereas you were able to get through a year before I cut it on stream like a dum-dum. Good old Dongo Bongo. Just burn it. That'll teach it. Hopefully it'll stay gone. Well, so I guess I can give people an update on that. My original thought was to... We were going to play Investigations 2. Then the Great Ace Attorney got... localization got announced. So I was going to ask people after this game, well, what do you think? Should I play the Great Ace Attorney when it releases? Because there's this time frame that we were looking at where after Danganronpa V3, I can like kind of jump into that on its release. And so I was thinking about polling people, but ultimately I think I decided I'm not going to play it on release because of two big reasons. One, there's going to be bigger streamers that are going to be playing it that people are going to be more interested in watching, which I totally understand. And not only that, but I think there might be a bunch of people that either haven't played it yet or want to or run through the localization on their own first before watching someone else play it. So then playing it on release kind of leaves those people out. So if I just wait, by the time I then get to it, everyone will have played it, and then they can come and, you know, do what you guys normally do whenever I'm playing these games, because that's kind of, you know, everybody's played these games at this point. Dual Destinies will come then after Investigations 2. So yeah, we're alternating with Danganronpa, but that's only happening one more time. After that, then it's gonna be in a row, but I'm still taking like breaks in between. Like month and a half breaks in between. But then we won't be going to like another game yet, at least. We'll just start hitting these attorneys. Purple hair, nice. My wife tried to go purple last time with her hair, but the stylist just didn't get the color right, really. Oh yeah, but I mean, you've played it, right? So like that's what I mean. Like that makes sense. If you've played it, and like I'm your go-to Ace Attorney streamer, then I would absolutely understand why your preference would be to, you know, play it on release. Makes sense. 4 years? That's impressive. I put on that fucking wig and I'm like, ugh, my hair's touching my face, hair's touching my ears. Oh my god. But I'm assuming that's something you just get used to. Hey, Acme Studios, thank you for the raid on YouTube. There's the YouTube channel for Acme Studios. Make sure to go check them out. Throw them a sub, show them some love for throwing the raid our way. I greatly appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Tara, Robin, Acme, Ancient One, and Bralter. How are you guys doing? What were you guys playing tonight? Was it more Zelda tonight? I have it in my list, Uprising. I did note that. And we are going to play Ghost Trick at some point. That's definitely going to happen. So I just don't know where exactly I'm putting that. Also, hello to Daniel on Twitch and Zod. More Zelda today. Nice. Now, you had just gotten done with the Forest Temple. Move on to the Fire Temple. The Forest Temple has possibly my favorite Zelda, well, at least for Ocarina of Time. Maybe 3D Zelda game track? I'd have to think about that. Twilight Princess had some pretty fucking good music. So did Wind Waker. But the Forest Temple track is so weird that it's awesome. Kind of like in the way that the City of the Ancients theme in Final Fantasy VII is my favorite song from that game. And it's just like, it's just fucking creepy. It just works so well. Like, I don't know half of what the fucking sounds in that song are supposed to be. Like when that one thing's like, and I'm like, what is that? Is it a bug? I don't, what am I supposed to be listening to? But it's really cool. Can you, don't smile at me. That's my pizza. No, you don't get pizza. You got your food. It ain't my fault you ain't eating your food. Like hype. I gave out raid credits. I gotta give out 100. I gotta give out 10, 15, and 20. Waist length. That's pretty impressive. How do I feel? I'm alright. I'm not 100%. I can eat now, though. So. I wasn't even, like, puking or anything. It felt like if I ate something, it would come back up. So I just haven't really eaten much in the past day. So I think part of it is fatigue and just, you know, not having the proper nutrients. You did Fire Temple and Ice Cavern. Gotcha. Okay. Fire Temple is probably the one I remember the least in that game for whatever. I don't know why. I don't remember it that well. Your hair's at your knees? I was gonna say, how is it not getting caught in, like, everything? I thought waist length was long. Holy shit. That is, so not only is it impressive just the pure length, but the ability to live with it without it being an inconvenience is also impressive. Hey, Tom. Hello on the PS4. Gotcha, no problem, dude. Ever seen Fist of the North Star? Yes. Wow, she's being very patient. She thinks I'm just gonna give in to her. The 1.0. Is that... Do you know if that's the version they use for speedrunning? Because, like, in A Link to the Past, like, you have to use that version if you want to get a fast time, because there's a bunch of, like, glitches that are part of that game that the others versions do not have. Yeah, it's like you'd rather just throw up and get it over with. Rapunzel hair. It'd be the next Tangled. All that shampoo. It does seem expensive to take care of. The worst game I have ever played. Ooh. So we're not talking about the game I was most disappointed in. Literally the worst game I've ever played. Dragon Ball GT Final Bout would be up there. That game was ass. But I'm pretty sure I could think of something else that would top that, but it would be kind of difficult. I just have to go back and look at my library there. But yeah, oof. Well, oh, shampoo from Ranma. Her hair wasn't even that long. It was only waist length. So you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have this issue because So from what I understand is that it'll start splitting, and then you have to cut the split ends so that it'll keep growing again. Is that how that works? I know I probably sound like an idiot right now, but I have no experience with that kind of hair. I don't think I've ever heard the 1.0 Fire Temple music. But now I'm curious. 40 minutes. That might be therapeutic though. Almost like you can meditate during it, right? This is just my hair brushing. Although I guess it's not that really smooth, right? Because it's like yeah, I always believe that the instigator should face should face punishment. Can you go sit down? Look, they can't even see you. They can't even see you. I think she's just trying to get on camera. She wants the food. I know she does. It's not just an attention thing. Cutting off the split end makes it grow better, which makes sense. It's just something that like somebody with short hair might not even like think of like as something that happens. 20 times better than the revised version. I don't remember the revised version being bad, but like I said, I just don't remember much about it at all. So that's not really a good thing either, right? Just completely unremarkable. Your hair hits your classmate in the eye? Well, I mean, it's not like you did it on purpose. Oh, you guys want to see the dog. Alright, the problem is, well... Get the pizza out of the way. If I have her jump up on me, she's just immediately gonna, like, go for the pizza. What is it? What is it? What do you need? What do you need? Is that really all you need? Just to wait until I start streaming and then you decide you want all the attention? You are such a jealous little thing. I guess you're more of a big thing. You want to see you? You. Ah! Oh! Oh! Why don't you just start streaming? Probably get more viewers than me. You don't even have to say anything. Like, bark every once in a while. Well, they can see you. It's Missile! That's your new nickname. You're my Missile. Okay, I do have to... Do you need something? Maybe she does need something. You need to go outside? Is that what you need? Alright, I'm gonna try taking her outside just because this is a little over the top for her. Oh yeah, she's already going to the door. Sorry. I'll be right back. So just a quick update for those that don't remember where we were. We got to this point. I had to redo it because I lost and I didn't save anything. So I had to go through like 15. It wasn't that long. It was like 5-10 minutes of shit that we had done already in order to get back to this point. So we have to prove that we know what caused the Yatagarasu shadow to appear, as opposed to it being an actual person. I got the first half of it right. I did not get the second half of it right. So we'll make sure we save at the right point this time. Just realized I left you guys in freaking silence. What? What do you mean installing Spotify? Installed already. Nope. Apparently, it was... You guys ever taken such a shit that afterwards you're just tired and ready to lay down and go right to bed, because I think that's what she just experienced. Somebody said a thing. I forgot to add that. Remember, if you guys want to talk spoilers, there's a section in the Discord specifically for that, labeled stream chat. I don't check it specifically for that reason. I never look at that channel. So you guys, by all means, can like direct spoiler conversation during stream to that channel. All right, so let's this is what caused it.
Take that.
Objection.
Okay, it's right here. All right, now this is where I fucked up. I thought I knew, and then apparently I didn't know. Is it the spotlight itself? Is it like that basic?
Take that.
I canceled last stream because I had to make up that extra 5 minutes. Ah, shit, I haven't done it yet. I love that. Their interactions when I fuck up are super funny. Oh wait, that's fine.
Objection.
I shouldn't go to the autosave. There's something on the other. Oh.
Take that.
The overlap. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I can buy that. Not entirely, but I'll roll with it. Hopefully we are done with irritating Larry. Although I will say the Iron Infant part was actually pretty funny. Like in retrospect. I don't know where my kid is. Like, what? What? I'm having a heart attack. There's a few documentaries out there about him, aren't there? I've been actually doing a lot of WWE, like Wikipedia, or just wrestling in general, Wikipedia browsing recently, when I've been, like, distracted. Like, speaking of Mick Foley, WCW wanted to fuck the WWF over, so the ring announcer told everybody ahead of time that they found out that Mankind was going to win the championship from The Rock that night on Raw. He's like, so don't even bother going to turning the channel to go over there. Except for like millions of people did. It actually made people want to go watch it. Like, you fucking imbeciles. Hey, Roxy, how's it going? Good luck on your exams, Trep. It's another statue. The Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared... You believe that the two statues will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primodux and the battlefield, the shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primodux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Ha! So, if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow! If we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing fucking like it. Just look at me, yeah. That was great delivery by Francisca there. Good joke. Francisca, stop being so funny while I'm eating. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why don't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's... Is it the... The hand? Oh, I have to... God damn it, I couldn't save. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Toes! I mean, fingers! No, I swear to God, I don't have a toe fetish. Oh my. Francisca. Well, this is awkward. That's right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position? so that it only shines on the queen's left hand. All right, let's give it a try and see what we get. No, they don't look anything like fingers. Unless the fingers were like claws instead of actual fingers. Mission accomplished. There's a fanfic that finished that. Yeah, probably. Edward Scissorhands? Well, I'm just saying, look at the statue. The statue is a normal hand. If she had claws, that would make sense. But are you telling me that the shadow is somehow revealing that the way the statue was made was historically incorrect, potentially? That'd be pretty interesting. The shadow reveals what everything actually looked like. See these dinosaurs? They had feathers on them. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's position beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. You do that, Amiro. Good luck. Hey, Chad, how's it going? Which, like, yeah, that would have been interesting. Like, if they used, like, some leaves or something. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babao, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Abalast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. It seems that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Give me some health! Hell yeah! Oh, I feel so refreshed. Who's this? How's the investigation going? Detective Bad, have you come to join us in the investigating? Have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. Sorry, Agent Long. I said your name wrong again. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? You and your badass OST. I got a piece of evidence. Thank you, by the way. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please... When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a gent... And here I thought she would just be a cameo. Yeah, it does look like cheese. Okay, I'll say the line. And one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. That looks like an actual bird or smoke. What in the world? Like, there's no way that's an actual person, right? The Yatakarasi was flying through the air! Oh my god, Francisca, are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually shitting my nuts right now? The times, they are changing. Can't figure out how he walks with the coat only on his shoulders? Oh, you could do it. I do that sometimes. My wife hates it. Because... Am I trying to be a badass? Yes. Yes, I am. Am I actually? No. Not at all. So it frustrates her. I'm living a lie. But I do it. I do it with suit coats too, because that's like a mob boss thing to do. So sometimes I'll walk around with just a suit coat like on my shoulder. It appears that they did. This is a game-wide IQ adjustment. Part of it might be the broadness of your shoulders. Like that like you can't, like if you have narrow shoulders, it just might not work. I mean, the thing that's impressive about his jacket is it's fucking huge. But he's also a huge man. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the fourth and fifth floor. God. Apparently right after the fires on the fourth and fifth floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babylonis embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Abalast. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Yeah. Well, in the traditional sense, it is a fact. But if you're talking about falling with style bullshit, then eh. The existence of spirit mediums in this like game world makes it so that when shit like this happens, you're like, well, I mean, spirit mediums exist, so maybe. Almost done. Is that a fact? But they weren't really flying! I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually, and then we're people! Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babylese embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now, come on, let's get back to our investigation. Ha ha! Ha ha! Yes, let's. I too would like to unlock this flying ability. Agreed. Right? They can update autopsy reports on the day in the middle of the trial. For attorneys, that's almost more implausible than flight. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. Don't want to appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found out Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Polano, but I have yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. Is that really a fucking distinction we need to make right now, young lady? Or do you really? Okay. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Again, who cares? But anyways, because I'm a nice guy, Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? I actually really like his sideways glance. It's like a really, like, it's like a I hate using the word perfect because it's almost never actually perfect, but it is a really excellent foil to his please come to my country, I'm begging you face, which is this one. It just works so well. I don't know, it's just a little thing like that. You guys are wondering what I'm drinking. Rainbow Unicorn Bang! Wait. Oh, nope, sorry. This one's Radical Skedaddle, which is basically the same as Rainbow Unicorn. He does need more expressions, but at least the ones that they give us allow me to, because in visual novels, characters that aren't around all the time, they're gonna get fewer expressions, right? So there are blanks that you have to fill in yourself to a certain degree, unless they actually go all out and give everybody like 8 expressions or something like that. But they don't do that. So at the very least, the range that they gave him allows me to fill in the blank with what they've omitted. So these Bang ads are great. Juice Monster. I don't think I've had that one. Yeah, which makes sense because, like, visual novels are really two things, right? Your characters and the writing. Like, the dialogue. Successful visual novels will have very good character designs, expressions, because that's, like, that is the focus. They do it very well. Peach Nectarine. So, peach and something close to orange, you say? I don't know about that. Sounds kind of orangey to me. Not exactly, but kind of. Maybe a little too close to orangey. Mr. Polano! Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. It will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Polano. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Polano. Weird that I start sneezing after my dog leaves. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, the person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Oh yeah, I have bad allergies to, like, oxygen or some shit. I'm allergic to dogs and I have a dog, so that's, you know, great. And also, like, pollen and stuff, so generally outside. Which you can't really avoid even inside. Ever sneezed and have a nosebleed? No. My nephew has, though. I've seen it. Furthermore, because the key Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. This could be how the person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Oh. Well, got you out of class, so at least there's that upside. All right, so just so you guys are aware, I'm hoping to have this finished within the next 2 streams, so my chat interaction is going to be a little less frequent than it normally is, so please don't take offense. I'm not ignoring anybody. It's not my intent. It's just trying to be efficient with the time here. All right, something we haven't seen yet here. We weren't able to get over here. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and start examining everything. Nook and cranny! Speed run! That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. What do we have in here? It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through the drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. That's a rather unusual shape for a notepad. Isn't that the same paper from that note that we have? Yeah, there it is. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Which is dumb. Why would you use such a, like, recognizable type of paper? Like, if we find this, we're gonna be like, dude, who the fuck else has this? Like, he obviously is the one that wrote that note, right? Open despair. That's fair. Cookin' Nanny. Crookin' Nanny. Crookin' Nanny. Duelist honor. Yeah, right. That's a rather unusual shape for a notepad. Oh. I'm not even looking at the damn notepad. It's an unusual shape for... Oh, I mean, it seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. That's what I fucking did. Just the one thing? So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that the vowels would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. I feel like that'd be a rather erotic landline phone. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabas, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. I think he's very curious. There's only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. Ah! The most important part that was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Whoops a doodle. There is a bottle of Bubbly's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Fulano, looks like your precious Bubbly's ink is alright after all. I mean, not your assistant, you know, he's still dead, but this ink survived. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Yes, come run over here. I'm not even looking at you. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Excuse me? Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Beverly's Embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night? Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. I'm gonna think of it. Didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire contained to this floor the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself all gone in the blink of an eye. Feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polano. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Ha! Alright, later, Acme. Take it easy, dude. Thank you for the raid. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. Would you like have that on the schedule? Like, meet and shake hands? But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Prelux statue and the Beverly's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? Ah, about that. Kinda forgot to clean the ashes out. Ha ha ha! I guess I'm up a creep without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatre Neutralis. Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. They were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Elba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. Seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. The stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. Let's see. Master Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink? I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, wood crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it will also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. That's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught fire in here? Ah! Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. The voucher gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Looks like a bunch of flyers with Manny Cochin, his name is written here on the nameplate. Why'd you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. Okay. Deduce! The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right! What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Oh, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. You've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Polino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, in that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabas. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damas II. Damas II in this note? Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask to steal the Prima Duck statue. What? Manny? Trying to steal Alabas' Prima Duck statue? Yeah, I believe that fucking face. I had no idea! We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were written by Mr. Cochin? Handwritten. Sorry, not just written, but handwritten. Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. Can't believe that Manny would ever think of doing something like this. You have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Is that it? Okay. This does. It hurts my time. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damas II. Actually, I fear it might be maybe my fault. I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatsugarasu and the fire here, that got canceled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event had been canceled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Prima Duck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our own country's authority. Yes, I understand. Authority is based on who owns that stupid statue. Makes total sense. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Canopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. When I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Canopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? Smile. XD. He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Yo, what's up, Peter? Because it's a game. Yeah. Because it's a game. Duh. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
All the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatsugarasu, just like my father, right?
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is a truly wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. And when you actually have felt that feeling, let me know how it feels, because I still have yet to feel it.
Haha, you bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief? Heh, you're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Well, I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well. Oh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. It would be a shame if something were to ever happen to it. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Okay, so flag, chairs up. What did the ink have? Didn't he say he spilled ink? I mean, that had to have been what turned the fire green, right? Grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock right now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Oh, that's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something? Ambassador Polano, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Miss Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming? But what was a long length of wire going inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polano that put the wire in there.
Yeah, just because he asked why would somebody do that, it means it couldn't have been him. And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did.
Looks like one of the Babbly's knives were already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem. Especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle for the real murder weapon. Vival's national treasure was stolen. Poor Vival, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Vival's woes.
charred remains of a fallen sewage.
Was that a reference to the song? That's a really weird, like... Have there been, like, references to a bunch of songs I just haven't noticed or something? You spin my head right round like a... Yeah, if you like, that's totally it, right?
They spin those babies right round like a record player.
I'm always sus of everyone, Ventus. For all I know, you're the murderer. Can't trust everyone. Anyone. And everyone. This?
So Valve's really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
Yes, it would appear that way.
You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
You already have a destination in mind?
Well, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training.
Prison. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show.
Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't believe she took me seriously. Yeah, I mean, he was... Okay. Fireplace, huh? So Babelle's offices have them too?
Two?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastion office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I can't believe that we found that undershirt in the fireplace.
It was that traumatizing. Why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? We climb inside and we can play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soots? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why not? The flag? Is the flag even... Yeah, I guess the flag is really a big deal. Yeah, you shouldn't trust me either. Yeah, I feel like they're talking about those baby things too. Like that'd be a really weird thing to say without it being a reference. You can see the Alabastion embassy through this window.
So where were you when you were investigating over there? No, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth?
As you can see it from here, I was on the 5th floor. That's where Damas II was killed.
What? You don't mean the masked star Damas II? Oh, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damas II was merely an imposter of the original.
Can I look at the damn... I want to look at the curtains. Fucking...
Appears that the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire.
Yeah, it just got a little burnt, that's all.
It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable.
It's that great, why don't you trade your desk with it?
No.
It's just a suggestion. You don't have to get all monosyllabic with... Monosyllabic on me? Oh, that's really funny. I've never heard that ever said. Don't you get all monosyllabic with me.
I'm gonna use that someday, and the person I'm gonna be talking to are gonna be like, what?
The fuck did you just say? These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw. The flames like these, it's no wonder they couldn't get in. Hey, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time. Or something. Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Atagarasu appeared and caused a stir and babel, I suppose. I guess Mr. Polino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time.
It is clever. I like it. Because, like, it's another way of saying, like, telling someone not to get short with you kind of has a similar meaning. Because it's when people have an attitude and they go with, like, very short answers. 1-2 word answers. Don't get short with me. So it's, like, kind of the same thing there. It's monosyllabic. Hey, why don't you do that? No. Don't get all monosyllabic with me. It's gonna be glorious when I use it. I just have to remember to use it. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. And it's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. They must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames?
Take that!
Use it in court? Don't get all monosyllabic with me, witness. Objection! Sustained. Your Honor, I submit that the court not get all monosyllabic with me. With the defense. God.
What? What did you say? You know what? I don't even want you to repeat it. Bailiff, you're being held in contempt. Bailiff, take the good attorney away.
Well, to be fair, I think from what he said, didn't it say, like, very specifically what was also burning? Like the flame itself? That's how I interpreted it. But yeah, I could see somebody picking the ink, and I think the ink should be considered acceptable because it's burning because of the ink, right? Like, that's the reason it's green. There shouldn't be any reason why you can't use ink there. The silhouette lantern, its green flame, comes from the wood crystal oil it's burning.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. Very green.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wood crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wood crystal oil.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right?
Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wood crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about. Yeah, see, like, I think they could have just combined the two there instead of having to make it like one and then a separate interaction.
Take that!
Abilene ink is made from wood crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babylone's ink.
Because he found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? And there's absolutely no way he had more than one thing of ink in his desk. That would make no sense.
I'm pretty sure the game is just assuming that all ink etiquette desk etiquette is to only keep one cartridge of ink at a time. I know it's rarer or whatever, but it seemed like they had a rather abundant supply of it. I'd always keep a backup, so when I'm done, I can just go to the next one and then go replace the one that's done with another backup. How old am I? No, that's not private info. I'm 34. Old ass 34.
Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh, it would appear that I've finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Cash in hand.
Take that!
What would consume that grain of volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Changfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct?
Question. Yeah, in fact, I already have the fan translation. So that's all ready to go for when it's time. If he used the same ingredients and used the same machine that the real stuff comes from, is it counterfeit? I know this seems like a really dumb argument, but like, so it could still be illegal, but is it counterfeit, implying that it's fake? It's not fake, it's just not authorized, right? He's not the Changfa Mint, but are they circulating? I thought they were circulating Babbly's money because they don't let other countries use their ink for that purpose. Made an exact imitation of something valuable with the intended receiver to fraud. Yeah, then I suppose that would be counterfeit. Yeah, it would be illegal. It would be illegal either way. It would just have been a very interesting distinction. Right, the fake money is circulating in Changfa, but that, like I said, that has nothing to. What matters is what is the fake money. If the fake money is Babbly's money, doesn't matter whether it's circulating there or here. That doesn't actually change its status as counterfeit or not. Now, if it's Changfa currency that they're creating and circulating, then it's obviously fake, because that whole thing I was talking about them creating the exact same thing with the exact same instrument in the exact same place isn't true then, right? Because they don't print Changfa money here. They just print Beverly's money here. I think there's a couple ways, Sarah. I know you used to be able to look through a US dollar. Well, not the dollar, but everything other than the $1 and $2 bill. And there's this like watermark that's inside that you can only see when it's transparent, like you're looking at it transparently. I don't know if that's still a thing though. See, but that seems to... They said they don't let other people use their ink, right? Because of this exact reason. But they let one country use it for their money? That's kind of weird. They're only counterfeit if they're made to make you think, because everybody knows that's not real, right? Yeah, they're not trying to sell it as a natural diamond. So it's not counterfeit as long as there's no intention to defraud, which is a part of the... one of the elements of the definition. I could just look at this, be able to tell. No, see... This doesn't actually say whose currency it is. It just says that it's circulating in Changfa. And it's made with Babyliss ink. Limited export. Okay, so I guess it doesn't say that they don't export it at all. It's just very limited. It's weird, though, that they would let one country use it for their money, but not others. That's super strange. Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Can't you tell by the face I'm making? I'm so surprised. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kochin and concealed his crime. I will check out every nook and cranny of your personage, sir. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. What logic do we have here? Sure, it's the value is all imaginary, but in the context of the definition, legally speaking, you have certain currency that is considered official to the country in which they trade. So that changes things versus stuff that is not officially what's the word? It just escaped me. I had it and then I sanctioned, I guess, is another word you could use. It's not entirely correct, but you get what I mean. By that specific country. I mean, that makes sense, but again, why send it to only one other country? Although, actually, I suppose that's just an assumption I'm making. I don't remember them ever specifically saying that that's the only country they send the ink to. That could just be where the smuggling is targeted. So yeah, I guess for all I know, there could be multiple countries using it. It's just the Changfa is the target of the smuggling ring. I feel like we've all had those conversations recently I've had it with like 4 different people over the past 2 weeks. It's fun. Those are interesting conversations. Very interesting conversations. Stop picking at your... Not picking. Leave it be. Good the way it is. I mean, they're rare and they look pretty. If they didn't look pretty, who would care? Because if they didn't look pretty, the only, like, other value they could have is, like, as being material for something. Because otherwise, what would you ever use it for? But, well, I think that's the thing. The gold standard hasn't really been accurate in years, has it? But do you think diamonds are boring looking because you see them often enough? Because they're such an important part of fashion in our society and symbols and stuff? See, he might have said it. I don't know, though. I don't remember that happening specifically. I'd have to go back and check. But that second thing seems weird. Why would their ink... Why wouldn't you just use the ink that's used in the normal counterfeit, then? What would that ink provide that the ink used with the actual money not provide? I mean, it makes some people happy. Like, it might not ever be something that makes you really happy, but it definitely makes other people happy. Yeah, that's what I thought. The gold standard hasn't been a thing in a while. And I mean, I don't know. This is gonna definitely come off as a huge brag, but I'm just trying to illustrate why it can be considered a thing to people. But when I gave my wife our engagement ring, there would be times where she'd just sit and look at it. She would just get enjoyment from just sitting there and looking at it. So for some people, and I never... Like, I wanted to get her a nice ring just because I didn't want her walking around with something that looked terrible. It was more of I just want it to look nice as opposed to, like, purity or whatever. It just also happened to be a very pure diamond. It's nice. But, like, people are so judgmental. Like, I didn't want people to see a ring on her and go, oh, isn't your husband an attorney? He seems like a real cheapskate. And, like, having to deal with that type of garbage criticism. Which, does that mean anything, really? No. But would I prefer someone not have to deal with that in the first place? Yes. But, yeah, people... It does mean something to some people. Just like to some people... They don't understand the value of video games, whereas we do. They see video games as worthless. But it's just depends on the person and what they see. As Peter said, it's value is in the eye of the beholder. What's the most impressive looking gem? Isn't that just depend on what you find to look impressive? It could be, but then that's not made very clear. That's a weird supposition, I think, for the average person to have to make while playing the game. You could be right. I'm just saying if that was their logic and how they're conveying this, then I don't think it's particularly good storytelling. Yeah, it just depends on. I hate cutting my lawn. And because I hate doing it, I'm probably willing to put a higher value on someone else to do it for me than someone who wants to cut their lawn or just doesn't mind it at least. For people with no real victories. So I can't say that I entirely agree with you because I'm guilty of doing that sort of thing myself, although it actually hasn't happened in a really long time. If I'm gonna spend money on something these days, it's on shoes because more expensive shoes do tend to last longer than cheaper shoes do just because they're made of better material. But like, just as an example, one designer brand that I was really into, and it wasn't for like status or anything, because it wasn't even really a popular brand to wear for anything other than a scarf, and that was Burberry when I was like early college. I just really liked the way they looked. And they were expensive because it was Burberry, but it's not like people were walking around with a ton of Burberry shit. Alright, have a good night, Beth. Sometimes it is just, I like the way it looked and I'm willing to pay a little extra for it. But again, I haven't done that in a really long time. The value of that stuff has changed for me. I have to wear suits everywhere I go, so like the rest of clothing by comparison seems mundane to me now. Just because like it's a shirt. It's not a suit coat. Yeah, I still really like Burberry. I just haven't bought any clothing from the brand in a while. I actually did think that their polos were noticeably more comfortable than Lacoste polos were, which I also... Those I got as a status thing to look cool. Oh, yeah, the alligator shirt. Yeah, I do. Yeah. It means I'm cool, right? Right? You think I'm cool now, right? Because I have the alligator on my shirt? I appear to be worth something in your eyes now, right? I don't have a particular brand. For me, it's more about the comfort because they're most of them are very uncomfortable. So I tend to gravitate just because I just try stuff on. I don't look for a very specific brand because I don't find brands to be, at least the brands that I've been through so far, I don't find that they're all super consistent in terms of comfort. So I always try them on. Now, wanting comfortable suits means that you're going to end up paying a little more for them, right? But it's not because of brand, it's because, man, I gotta sit in this all day. I want to make sure it feels nice. Two of my suits, though, the ones that you guys will see frequently, they're not, they're cheaper suits that I got, like, when I first, like, even when I was first started in internships. I didn't have money to buy my suits, so they're not particularly, you know, but I'm just streaming, so it's not really as big a deal. And I don't have to wear the pants either. I just have to wear the suit coat, so it's not really noticeable. Yeah, and that's the thing with those brands, right, Tash, is that generally speaking, you might only need to get one more and it'll last for a while. Just as long as you're not like my sister, who gets bored with stuff every year and has to turn over all that stuff. Just, God. Anyways, I'm not gonna complain about that. That's what she values. That's what she wants to do with her money. That is okay. DXL. I don't think I have anything from DXL. Maybe I should look into that more. I like rainy days. I was not complaining. Some people's body shapes are weird, so they have to get stuff custom made. I mean, it's something that I don't personally understand, because I have broad shoulders and I'm super tall, and I always find suits that fit well. Could they be a little more adjusted to the contours of my body? Yeah. But, again, I don't buy suits for fashion. I buy suits because they feel good and I can sit and wear them for a long time. I personally think buying suits as an attorney for fashion is silly and vain. I mean, yeah, I don't want them to look ugly, but like, I'm not going out of my way to get stuff super flashy either. Suits are just so uncomfortable that... And we are back! Yeah, I have no idea why it on Wednesday or Tuesday it just didn't happen. No idea. It's still happening though. Unfortunately, I was planning on getting it fixed yesterday, but then I got sick, so probably have to wait till next weekend. Does he works out? That seems kind of weird. You would generally have to be like a bodybuilder level for the suits to be a problem because of working out. Because they're really, if you get broad suits, they're made to adjust for like bigger shoulders. I don't know, I guess he could be like bodybuilder level. I don't know. I've never talked to him about bodybuilding. Buying ritzy suits for court can actually disconnect you from the jury sometimes. They like people who are relatable to someone walking. Leave some money, isn't so? Yeah, I've honestly never thought about that, Tom, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't happen this time, and then it did happen this time. Same time as usual. Did I catch Nick's cold? Maybe. No, it was more of a stomach thing than a cold thing. Because it was less like head and more like gut. Everybody should, I think, have one pair of formal clothes that they can go out and where and not. One thing I don't want to happen is I don't want to go out and embarrass my client, my family, you know, whatever. Even if I don't agree with what they hold in highest regard, I know other people don't necessarily think the same way I do. So I don't want them to have like negative attention brought to them because of that sort of thing. So I keep that in mind. So I never get anything that I think is going to look outright ugly. Bland generally does the trick though, because what are they going to say? Oh, it's bland. Okay. Most stuff is bland. Not really much of an insult. Right, exactly, Peter. All right, so I'm not sure. What else are we supposed to be looking at? I guess we can look at the safe again. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. Like, I want to look at this, but he just says, look outside! Ha 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 ha. I think we still only have the two things, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess those could be related, but you know, let's see if there's something I need to present to. Oh, wow, we already have 4 things for him. I don't know if we need anything else. Let's see. So that's a gumshoe. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. That first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator. You guys know, this matters to me. This really matters to me. You guys know not to do that in case of a fire, right? Bland and effective, which is why Phoenix, they probably designed Phoenix that way. Blue suit, red tie is supposed to really help convey genuineness. That's actually why you see a lot of presidents wear that quite often. I always use the window in times of fire. I mean, if you're on the 1st or 2nd floor. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys know that. Oh God, Maxim, no. Yeah, the biggest difference between Phoenix and, like, something I would wear is that, like, I don't have a suit as blue as his, it's darker. So when you see me wear my Phoenix suit, it's navy blue, not Phoenix blue. I don't know what kind of blue that is, but it's definitely, like, lighter. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Hold on, is it 42? It's royal blue? Yeah, I generally won't want something that light. Not that it's awful, it's just, like Tom says, be atypical. Okay, so what did I last do? 20? 50. 600. 900. Wow, I missed so many likes. Can always jump out of the window and land into a large pile of snow. I guess that's true for us too. Except the month of June. Or I should say the month of July. Then it's officially hot. But then after that, all bets are off. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic? Like Gumshoe was about to? That fucking idiot. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babyliss embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Second fire broke out around the same time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabas. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babao, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babao? Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. That's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? I mean, you're wearing a long coat. Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabas was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babao is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you! So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Cochin's body. Smile. XD. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. You covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. I still think there's a chance Sheena is just Callisto with colored eye contacts. And a wig, obviously. Or she just redid her hair that way. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? Examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polano about it. Ambassador Polano, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastion side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that, as did everyone else we've talked to. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Maddie's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Vival's obsessively competitive spirit when Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyways, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. And now we will literally connect the dots with spoilers. This? The Alabastion and Babylese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. Secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving brick wall. A revolving wall? Sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah! You scared me, sir! There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. But we found an X where you thought there would be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I won't rest until I've inspected Nook and Cranny time! Oh, that's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Polano said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? Wait, what does it say? All I see inside... Fuck! All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood.
Hold it!
Did I see spoiler hint? No, I saw that you had used the command because I saw the paragraphs pop up. I wasn't sure if somebody was writing a novel or if you had used the command. Okay. I have to deduce. You are wrong. You are actually wrong. Alright, fine. I have to deduce something. What do I need to deduce? Okay, so there should be ashes here. Except there are not. Ambassador Polano, you said that you burned some old files on this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find out about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Polano is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Hey, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me?
You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it's nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us.
Oh, I sense it coming. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Okay. Now the ashes are there.
Now can I do it?
The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polano said that he spilled some Babbly's ink here while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere.
Well, then I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used.
Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Konchin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. The killer used the fireplace in this room to escape to the next. Then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, well, the person in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective Agent Shina. Wow, I feel fucking fantastic.
It's looking more and more like Miss Shina is the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We may need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Konchin. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us.
Okay, then why don't we go ask Miss Shina herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damas II's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course right now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy, you can do it.
This is like an anime where they take the main theme or someone's theme and make like a super uplifting version of it as they're killing the villain or foiling the villain, and they're finding the inner strength. All right, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here we go, through the fireplace and back. Shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, detective. Hey, it's a lot of shit talking for somebody who's not walking into that fireplace. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too.
There really is a secret passageway through here. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash was really pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babylon's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Ah, but there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads.
Was that supposed to be an impression of me? Oh. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it really seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? I don't know. What do you think your cocky smirk says?
Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've been so focused, like a laser, on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay? That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know.
That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Haha, yeah. Yay. Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Wait. With the handprint analysis? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Oh, okay, he just came back from the other room. That makes a lot more sense.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of unburned ink you got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well then. As you wish. Dude doesn't want him to know that it was actually brown, like beige in the past.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yes, but that's not all we learn. We actually learned one other important fact.
And that is?
I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. I'm back, sir! Like, holy shit. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Kochin's handwriting will take a lot of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Long and Agent Shina. That's a good question, Tara. Maybe he doesn't wear that to work because, like, that's a nice coat and he doesn't care about it. So he wants to keep it nice and, you know, nice. Agent Long. Long C says. Okay, I keep forgetting. Somebody, can we get an actual, like, because it doesn't seem like we're ever sure. How is the Z pronounced? Hold on, I'm just gonna find this out on my own. Z. That's what Google says, at least. Z. Yeah, like, yeah, with the T in front of it. Z. The TS and the TZ doesn't make exactly the same sound, but I get what you're saying. Like, how the T makes it sound a little, like, the T has to be there, right? Z. Long T says, little cubs never do know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babelese ink, they were all of Chengfa denominations. There we go! There we go! We got it! We got our answer. Hey, Final Place, thank you for the raid. Since it's a builder raid, I assume you're playing the Minecraft today. Also, thank you to Inker J for coming in on the raid with Final. Oh, I screwed that up. There we go. Oh, Metopia. Few people that have rated us lately have been playing Metopia. Is it really that fun? I might have to give that a shot. There's Final Play's YouTube channel. Make sure to go check them out. Very much a variety channel like myself. Also plays vision knobs like this. Dangan. Wait, what did Trep call it earlier? Dongo bongo? All right, Amiro, good luck, dude. It is arguably fun. That's not the most ringing endorsement I've ever heard. If you have to say it's arguably fun. Oh, man. No, I think he's talking about... You're talking about Metopia, aren't you? Easy, not this game. I wonder if I can get my wife to allow me to name our cat Miles Edgeworth. If we get that cat. We were asked to take a cat in. Like, would you want this cat? It's free. We said yes. The follow-up was, well, he's only 4 weeks old, so he's not ready for a home yet. In which case, we baseball. Because what was the point? Like, more of like a rusty blonde, but yeah. Oh, really? But you can't do it with YouTube? Oh, that's interesting. Our game is arguably fun. I think those mobile games should have that. I see, so they added on from the 3DS game. But yeah, wonder if I could, like, hey, we should name the cat Miles Edgeworth. Or just Miles. We should name it Miles. See if she'll go with it, because then I can call him Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. I think I might still be a little sick. I don't know. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I think it is too. I think it's cool. We were gonna call our cat Nicholas Angel from Hot Fuzz, but then my brother-in-law, Nick, had a kid we also called Nick. And now we're like, a third Nick that's a cat? That's probably too many. It's probably too many Nicks, right? How do you feel if I got Wright or Edgeworth as a coworker? Well, they both have their ups and downs. Phoenix is really chill, but he's like a fucking spaz, right? And it doesn't seem like he's very concerned about making money, which is kind of a problem. We need to be able to make a living from what we do. You know, that's only fair. Need to be able to eat and, you know, get water and all that, pay bills. Whereas Edgeworth, on the other hand, would be really cool to learn from, but he's also kind of a jackass. You didn't use an Oxford comma. What have I told you about that? You will use that Oxford comma immediately, or you will be out of this prosecutor's office. I am a proponent of the Oxford comma, by the way. Just something that I thought of that I would be a dick about. Yeah, young Edgeworth I just laugh at. Well, no, not counting Nick the Attorney, because my wife doesn't know Nick the Attorney. So, fortunately, we don't have a fourth name that we have to throw in there to worry about. Although I suppose that could cause some confusion on stream if we have Nick in chat playing Call of Duty with Nick, and then Nick also here on the couch. Yeah, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money is gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Changfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the differences before our own bills in the face. But it's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Long on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made, and how the ink was smuggled into Changfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the... Oh, I thought the stream dropped again. That interrupted me to tell me, no threats were detected. Okay, maybe you don't need to interrupt what I'm doing then so loudly. Just kind of throw me a little note in the side. By the way, you're good. Exactly, Tom. Tom knows. Always use the Oxford commas. Always. 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 Scare the daylights out. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Long, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. Wait. I know I gave him an old man voice, but wasn't there something, like, different about it? Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It's all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Carcass, you fools! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else here. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Long, a moment, if you would. You, Wolfman and the Secretary Lady, hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? You said it'd take a while. All we did is literally walk downstairs. Hey, urgent! No issues were detected. Yeah, like, dude, fucking relax. Team Iris. Team Iris. Yep. And that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatakarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Long hasn't touched the Babao investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. Of course you can't, because I've been the only one over there. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Speaking of eye roll, good lord. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well. I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously gonna treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? Probably for the rest of your life. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. He does look like... Yeah, you said that earlier too, didn't you? Like, I think during the third case? Like, yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, the X part were glasses. It's not an actual scar. Team Rocket vibes. They just need their Meowth. Truth sexual. I mean, I respect it. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatakarasu that appeared in Babao and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Long, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatakarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what this person Kay saw did. Okay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babel East side. Called out to the person, but as soon as I did that, the person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do.
To be fair, this isn't even an opening argument. This is just an argument. Facts and logic. Was that an IQ sexual?
Sapiosexual? I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babelese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah!
Who's there?
By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared.
When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Long? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know with such certainty? That's easy. The Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have run right into this person. This is the person that this person would have ran into? Wait. No, it wasn't Gumshoe. It was, Fuck. What was it? I thought it was Gumshoe because he said he ran right after when he saw the... Oh! Duh. Fucking duh. I didn't think of her because she's who I think is the killer. Your answer is Sheena. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon entering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where exactly were you at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Long, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Gah!
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed them with just an explanation of what happened.
Yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Long aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you were trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not yet.
Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Babelese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Long. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? No matter. I figured you out already. Anyway, the only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatsugarasu's escape?
You will never find a court case acted out like an Ace Attorney game. Everybody would have to be in on it. Because as soon as one person isn't in on it, it all will come to ruin. I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I know that to be impossible.
Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
Shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kane was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Even though I rarely use it myself.
Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. I honestly don't know. This is my first thought. I feel like this is really dumb. Oh. I don't have to show what the shadow is. I just have to prove that it's not.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. He spotted the Yatagarasu headed for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire, not flyer. Fucking ambassador getting me done. Coupons and flyers, damn it. Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what the shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ah, as I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Why'd you say hold it? He literally asked you to tell him.
Huh, please tell me then.
Hold it! I'll tell you. Why? If I had brain farts like this when I'm in court, never during like actual argument. Normally because I have those like rehearsed in my head so well, but it's things that you can take for granted, things that like generally would be considered like muscle memory, brain muscle memory in this case. That's part of the normal procedures. I know I've brain farted on before, just on, but again, that's nothing substantive. It's just something where your brain kind of forgets it because you generally don't think about it. So it's a lot different from like when you're making arguments and stuff like that. I've come out of court like suddenly being like, oh, you know what? I should have said this way. That sort of thing, but there's only so much you can do on the spot, right? I feel like everybody's had that feeling before where they're like, oh, I could have said it this way and that would have made more sense. Or that would have been a stronger argument. That's not really a brain fart, that's just thinking about it in a different way after the fact. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabastion investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Babylese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead?
Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Long, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Sheena,
You shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Alright, April O'Neil. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babylese embassy? I have not become fish recently. See, okay, I feel like I've experienced that phenomenon before, Trep, where it's like, you really feel like your mind goes blank, right? Like, that's like a sensation that I think most of us have felt at one time or another. Where just your thoughts just... But it doesn't happen all the time. So I think it's not just generally when you're put on the spot. I think there has to be another factor to it as well to cause that to happen. Not just pressure. Or being put on the spot, but something else too. Some other external variable. During the first Babylese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babao. Yeah. So I'm like 99% sure that that's Callisto. Which I think, if we go back, I think I called that when the first time we saw her after doing Case 4, I was like, man, she has literally the exact same lips as Callisto U, and they're unique lips when it comes to like the character designs here. I don't think that's a coincidence. But then she took her glasses off, and her eyes weren't at all the same, plus she didn't have the freckles. But that could be, that's cosmetic stuff that can be taken care of. And the hair is obviously, could be a wig. And now that we're fingering her as the killer, now that we are pointing the finger at her as the killer, that would make a lot of sense. But maybe that's a red herring. Maybe we're supposed to be thinking that right now. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over.
Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. That smile's creepy, by the way. And that is all I have to say.
I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony.
Is that supposed to make it truth all of a sudden? Anyways, good.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic.
And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner?
Grr.
Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal.
I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you, not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort?
I was in charge of the police on the Babali side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time.
Prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
God, it seems more capable than Agent Long, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. God, dude, you did not need to put your nuts in his face in a dunk like that. Like, Jesus, dude. Oh my God. Like, okay, get it. Just don't embarrass the man anymore. Stop, he's already dead. Oh, I kind of had a feeling you were going to say that.
Sheena is more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at.
All right.
Hold it!
I like the design a lot. Just that smile's really fucking creepy. Which is sad that he expected that, right? Like, well, that was predictable. Oh no, that was Edgeworth's. Well, that was really predictable. Everybody coming in on the Day-Day raid. Let's see here. Eth, Gengar J, Bad Wolf, King Sir Pie, Boss, what's up, dude? Justin, long time no see. Happy Ambipom, Wolfie. How are you all doing on this fine evening? Day-Day man, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me, Actually, Trep, can you grab his link real quick? What was on tap for tonight's stream?
I got it right. I'm honestly surprised because I'm like, I can't have gotten that right. God. My language skills increase. Raid Shadow Legends. Thank you, Bad Wolf. Anyways, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining in Day in on the Raid. My name's Twain. I'm one of 4 people on this channel. I am a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin, so that's why I have a lot of Phoenix Wright focused centric material playthroughs, so that I can have fun with this wackiness and also call out what is absolutely bullshit about these games. Yes, Trep. Yes, please. Other than that, I also speedrun, play other stuff, kind of a lot of RPGs, Genshin Impact, do a lot of Mega Man stuff, Final Fantasies. Yeah. And then we also do Let's Plays, and the other members of the channel, KY, does streaming every Thursday night. Currently playing Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition, but also does a lot of Soul stuff. Thank you, Bad Wolf. Much appreciated. Yeah, all these playthroughs are blind, so if you know what's going on, it's appreciated if you know, no spoilers of any type. Still getting through this. I think, what is this, game number 5? Played the original trilogy, then Apollo Justice, and then this. For those that don't know what these games are, this is a spin-off of the Phoenix Wright games, where you play a fictional defense attorney named Phoenix Wright. And you get put into a court system it's basically the Japanese court system, not the American court system. So there's a lot of differences, but it takes place in America. But because it has a lot of Japanese elements, people say it's Japanifornia is the fictional location of where all this takes place. So it's interesting. All right, later Day, man. You guys make sure to go check out his link. Trep posted it. He's almost at 1K subs. Let's help him get there. Only like 40 or so away. Let's help him. Let's help him get to 1K and that good old monetization. That's the nut high, right? But yeah, much appreciated, Day man, on the raid. You take it easy and enjoy baby duty. I guess I have been pretty easy on this game compared to the others, huh? Okay. I wasn't harsh on Apollo Justice initially, but I guess I did get a little harsher like the middle of the playthrough, middle to the end. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the 3rd floor of Babao, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babao. And you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Atsugarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the 3rd floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigations conducted their the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the 3rd floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the 3rd floor. And you did that alone? Yes. Okay, Brussels smiles like nightmare, though. All right, thank you, Bad Wolf. Take it easy. Thanks for coming in on the raid. Much appreciated. Enjoy your food. Man, now I'm getting hungry again. I've had that pizza, and that's like really all I've had for the day. Man, and I have to go grocery shopping, which I was also supposed to do yesterday, but I couldn't because I was sick. And Man, yeah, being sick yesterday really screwed up a lot of my plans. So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office? Thank God. It's a 3-day week. Well, technically, I make my own hours. I can always take Monday off, but it's a national holiday, so most nobody's going to be working. So it's good. I could just rest tomorrow. Don't know if I'm gonna stream yet. I have it as a no right now, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing. So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office? I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal! I thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. No, for real. Like, we're not re-accusing her, we're just stating what happened. Like, take a chill pill, Gumshoe. Oh, I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that. No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu agent, Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Hold it!
His smile, I mean, you probably just erased it from your memory, as we all should. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room, is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. Oh, yeah. Objection, repetition. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Long, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments.
Gah!
What, are claws gonna come out of your knuckles now? Bring it. Aw, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates be accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Long, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that?
Hold it!
Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people believe in me, and that's enough. We'll see if the judge believes in you. That will decide whether it's enough or not. I see. His testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit...
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
It doesn't show that I have any drop frames. That's weird. That could be on YouTube's end. Normally when my streams drop, I get an alert from OBS, and I didn't get anything there. That's really weird. Oh yeah, if Twitch is still going, then yeah, it wasn't YouTube then. That's really weird. I don't think it's time for this yet. I feel like I'm skipping a step. But hey, let's give it a try. Being in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Long, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabaster office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabaster isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Kochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. His escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? The Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, and the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu.
Ah, yeah!
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, you were the one she chased after. And as you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
Shina?
There it is. That laugh. Okay, that's fucking hysterical. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be.
Shina, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. That was the same look she had too, where she's like, huh. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace? Do you have any proof to back up your claim? You don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of the mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me, I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel had been used recently. Wait, where's the... I just show her the... Yes, according to Ambassador Polano's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochin. Oh. That was one thing that I found really interesting. I'm like, man, she must be laughing internally so hard. Like, excellent discipline to have been able to hold that back for so long. Because she could not contain herself the last time we saw her. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Polano said that he forgot to, and so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kochin's office is my proof. And just one is so funny. Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? Get it? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? You're accusing me of, like, murder after all. Well, no, actually we're not. We haven't said that she killed Mr. Kochin. Would she have even had time to? With her being chased after? I don't think so. But she did see the body. In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Oh, you still say the same things you said back then. That's original. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case once and for all. In my eyes, all you've proven is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. Arrgh! That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. I literally want to murder that woman. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But I literally want to grab those women's eyeballs out of their sockets and feed them to her through her own asshole. Okay, pull yourself together. That's very graphic and unnecessary. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase, you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll see to it through the end, so go do everything for me! With pleasure. It's like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Long, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well, Agent Sheena, shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
I think her argument is still that that the person never existed in the first place. Yo, what's up, Max? Sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. I think that's exactly what she's fucking saying. But I was able to go through the role of ignore myself. So that should be proof enough. Even for you, pal.
Looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Youch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one.
But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used.
Objection! Hey, if you could please not steal my line. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you owned the line objection and that no other attorney ever or person could use it. Shut up, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch.
You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless.
I'm back. I was gonna say, like, I actually went to the dashboard, and it says that the current connection is excellent. It doesn't show that there was any drop. That's really strange. Let's see, stream health. Yeah, nothing. That's really weird. But I'm not dropping any frames. I wonder if if the drops will show up on the VOD. That'll be interesting to see. I think it's definitely YouTube. Because I do drop. I have this problem where I've been dropping at the same interval. But A, it's been going at the same interval for weeks now. 2 to 3 weeks. And OBS always lets me know when it happens. It's not done that here. It's very weird. Here, I gotta give you guys... We're at 45 likes. Or 46. There we go. Yeah, if it's not happening on Twitch either. It's possible that the Atsugaransu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Not if it was her. She has gloves, doesn't she? Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Plano and Mr. Cochin. Curses! Produce the documentation? Dude just took her word for it. Curses! I should have known better than to think the Atsugaransu would have been so careless. Well, especially since she's actually wearing gloves. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections? I think I'm gonna try to get something comparable to an i7. Mine's a lot better than it was, but it still isn't like, I don't think it's like that level yet. But yeah, especially shooters, they look so much better at 60 FPS compared to 30. Maybe you're not done yet. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Abeles were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
He's a good boss. I mean, that's never in doubt. Dude always had his employees' backs. It was obvious why they were so dedicated to him. However, he does not have as much loyalty to the actual law, which is a problem. Only his version of the law. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss. You hear me? Mr. Edgeworth? Nudge, nudge. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? I mean, other than cut my salary? No, you do literally fucking nothing. Ah. No, nothing of the sort. I mean, no, really, you don't do anything for us. You offered to clean my coat after you made me go through the the city fireplace. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Of course it's only a problem on your... If somebody's strict, it's not a problem on both ends. Unless they're strict with each other, which is not what he was implying. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response, jackass. Am I really too strict on everyone?
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Coach's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing.
I mean, if you need the RAM, I have 24 gigs of RAM. So I'm more than okay. I don't even think I could use more than 16 if I tried. Ryzen 9. Yeah, it's a lot better. It might not be as ISP because another thing that the ISP isn't the only thing that can cause stream drops. Your PC's inability to process the information fast enough can also cause frame drops. Because it literally can't process all the frames because it's too slow or too busy or whatever. Yeah, Edgeworth's tyranny. It could be that the bitrate's too high for what his upload speed is. But you don't have Cox anymore, right? So, I mean, like, it shouldn't be bad. Yeah, then that's your system. That's not the ISP. It shouldn't be. Oh, that's cool. Like stroke of luck then, right? Like, oh, bad luck. Not really. I want to get a 3070. I got this AMD 5600 XT once my other one melted, basically. It was older. It needed to be replaced soon anyways, but I was hoping to wait to get a 3070. So I got the 5600 and I was like, man, I'm so irritated that I have to pay like $270 for this fucking like stopgap replacement, and it's not gonna be as good as the one I really want. Well, now the same exact model that I bought on Amazon for $270 late last year, is going for $900. Graphics cards are insano right now. Insano. So now I don't feel too bad. Oh, no. Feel pretty good about my purchase. Still not what I ultimately want, but if I wanted to get a 3060 or if I wanted to get a 3070, I'd be paying over $1,000. Oh yeah, so if your upload speed, it really, if it's anything more than 15, you can you know, running it too low could be a problem too, though. Because you did that because your old ISP was the problem, right? Have you tried upping it since you got better internet? Oh, never mind. I thought you said your bitrate was at 1050. You're actually running a 1050 graphics card. I see. I would still raise your bitrate though, yeah. If you have that much upload and you want to stream at 1080 and 60 FPS, you should be streaming at least 4500. Anything lower than that can be problematic. If you're keeping it at 1080 60. If you're going 720 60, 3000 should be fine. No, 4500's the minimum good. I'm running it at 4600 right now. Well, I'm at 4500, but it's working at 4650. I could raise it to 6000, but I just haven't for some reason. Hey, Nestor, how's it going? No, they don't say 5,000. Well, okay, some people might say 5,000, other people say 4,500. So there's no real, like, the authorities of this, they don't. There's, I've seen people say 4,500. You've seen people say 5,000. I guess that makes neither one of what we're saying more valid than the other. I mean, that's a you problem, Lugia. I mean, yeah, it'd be unfortunate if it was really low, but that's something you gotta deal with. Yeah, the guidelines, the general guidelines when I was doing this research, and I did it extensively because this is when I was upgrading everything, so I wanted to know how I needed to change my settings, especially when I got faster internet. 720, 60, it's 3,000 to 4,500. 1080, 60 FPS is 4,500 to 6,000. You don't go above 6,000 because it's pointless. 6,000 is the max it can accept. Well, that's odd because I don't get that error. And I'm not at 5,000, so maybe that's not the problem? All I see right now on my stream is excellent health. Not too low bit rate, not too high a bit rate. No indicators of that. So I'm not sure that's really evidence of anything in terms of what it should be at, other than your setup should be at 5,000. But apparently that's not an issue for me. ANZ, my picture's fine. I should start doing it at 6,000 though. There's like not really a reason for me to avoid doing that. I think I've just been getting paranoid because of all the times I had issues, and dropping the bitrate helped, but that's when I had internet problems and I don't really have those anymore. Again, the drop problems I have now are from the router, not the ISP itself, or even the modem. They really didn't find anything. Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu key in the document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babylese knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything, so there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Long's really sixed up for his people. Long C says, Long C, I don't know, it's hard for me to say for some reason. Long C says, all men are brothers and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. What? Then though it pains me, Agent Long, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol Agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babylese investigation was not Agent Long, which means that with Agent Shina in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence, that piece of evidence that we found. There's one thing I do know, it's that someone tried to hide it from us. Chicken noodle? That sounds good. How's it going, Pokemimi? Sounds tasty. When she tried to hide from us. The handles, right? Oh, not that. Or it's in the wrong spot. Oh, I think I need to do it here. So it's either this or the handle, right? No, not that. Yeah, I'm guessing this is where... I could be wrong. I don't know if... Because that's something they didn't find. Maybe that's what we're supposed to go first? Yeah. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished... Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. There's always an ugly one in the family. Well, I mean... But that's the thing. This whole there's always one. It's kind of ridiculous, right? Quite frankly, you could have an entire family of ugly or black sheep. But then, in the first place, what's considered a black sheep is the idea of normalcy. And normalcy is subjective in the first place. So it's only a black sheep insofar as somebody else perceives it. Beauty's the same way. So that's why I don't find these, like what Long said, to mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. Although she actually wears black, so I guess there's that. That is objective. Ugh. Or Edgeworth, not Lon. That's what Edgeworth said. There's always a black sheep. Okay, whatever, dude. Could be 0, could be 3, could be 4, could be 10, could be all. And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire, so what about it?
I'll tell you what, we found this in the Babylese embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Ayah! That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Oh, that's what I thought. Unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyways. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. Yeah, exactly, the normal one's is the black sheep, like... Yeah, I corrected myself. It was Edgeworth, not Long. He was responding to something that Long was saying. Oh, family. The other airport agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person Kane was chasing chose the 3rd floor? Because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting Kay. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Their team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. This room, it was only her that did. The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use for you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Now we'll just sit here in awkward silence.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
And I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. Or killing my father.
I guess... No, yeah, she killed him. Yeah.
But can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu in the question? She is the Yatagarasu. No. Can you prove that she is the Yatagarasu in question? Is the question. I can talk. Maybe.
If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find?
Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier.
An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science.
Wasn't that mentally taxing? I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu.
And what did you find out by doing that?
First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babyliss ink.
Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyways.
Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Miss Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir.
Everyone forgot. Yeah, like, oh, fuck, yeah, that's right. All right, later, tear it. Oh, so what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
Where's the makeup?
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Aw.
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. Not actually true.
But I don't know what procedures Edgeworth would actually have to go through in this circumstance in Japan to have to do that. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Long, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Long!
Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. All right, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good. Now let us begin. Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going? Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly.
Agent Sheena? The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong.
That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing, and thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. Blue soot, yeah, right? All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Boo-yah! Babbly zinc. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Polano, he burned some files in the fireplace that morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babbly's ink, then it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Ah! Sorry to have clipped one of your wigs, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. Your wings! I'm thinking wigs, I'm really like, take off the wig! But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babbly's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babbly's ink. Wear the coat. We can find out whether it is Babbly's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babbly's ink? Yes, if you could please cut off a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it, because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone can loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches, I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, okay, we can get this experiment otherwise. Excuse me? What you have on your personage? The flame! Wow, it disintegrated very quickly. It's the same color as the flames Wick Crystal oil produces, which means Babbly's ink is a product of Wick Crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing, not wig. Wing this time. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu. You're the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? This is my funny face! Haha. Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That matter of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're that offense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday, and then turned to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am Miss Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. You absolutely can okay. Okay. I mean, we would have to detain you, but yeah. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. You really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. For some reason, I don't feel like that's probably true. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. You just not fucking say that over and over again? Anyways.
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will? He has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if you were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh my god. That is a maniacal laugh. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Is she getting aroused? Also, this music is not at all appropriate for the current situation. You caught me. Just like before. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, who is question mark, question mark, question mark? I normally could, but my voice is not with it right now because my energy level's still... Blah. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, Long, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man and a fantastic lay. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Ah, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you! The woman who killed my father 7 years ago! You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu! That's right, Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you, this time you won't escape. For this is the end of the road for you. And we have you surrounded, except we don't. Francisca, please ready your whip in case she tries to run. Now, come along quietly. You know, you're the one who's left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. Had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadget, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! Ha! Come on, Ed! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth! Let me go! Round one, fight! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. I mean, understandable. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Didn't he say, don't do it? You showed yourself. You were you all along. But I do think, well, I do think they did a good job of making her an innocuous enough, quirky but innocuous assistant in case 3. But that's before you had met Callisto U. And once you met Callisto U and you see her again, like I said, for me, it just snapped. I'm like, that's probably her. And then that completely changes how you see her character. Do we see her in the second case? Did I see her in the second case? I thought we didn't meet her until
fucking horror land. God. This is the one time I will allow the... Yeah, right? Can you whip that gun just, like, right out of her hand? It's Francisca's like, this might surprise you, but I'm actually not very skilled with this. What? How? I'm gonna go refill my ocean. I will be here right. I mean, as long as we stay where we are and not make any, advancements, I assume she wasn't going to kill her, so. Oh, second I see what you're saying. Maya's aunt comes to mind? Like, Jesus, was that fucking obvious? K! Ah, you let K go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible, my father was the one who created Little Thief. Haha. Hey, Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn, Faraday, nor Callisto U. By that same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. She has a gun pointed to your head and that's what you're concerned about right now? Huh. Yeah, it'll be happening soon, so let's chill for a second. So, much like Rise from the Ashes, I feel like there's going to be a point coming up here that's like a perfect end time, but the case is going to drag it out instead of just ending it there. Because this seems like the fucking climax. The way Edgeworth explains it kind of makes sense. Yes, we'll take a quick bathroom break. "7 o'clock on the dot is when my stream drops." Alright. Now that that is taken care of, the Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Oh.
Ever. That's not. Sorry, I was doing an impression of her voice. It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Detective Bad!
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? That I kind of figured. I had a feeling. I'm not sure. Did I mention that? I don't remember if I actually voiced that or not. I might not have. I had a feeling that with them working together that he might be, but I thought they'd be a pair before we realized that it was this is before I realized that it was Callisto U. That they might work as a pair. But then when it was revealed as Callisto U, I never went back to that same thought. That then it would be a trio.
I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Huh. Why, Mr. Bad, no long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team.
You were such a great team, then why did you kill my father Oh.
I'm sorry, I was doing an impression of Detective Bad. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop!
You!
Kay!
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg! Wow, what a badass. Agent Long.
Grr! You idiot! What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
Okay. Okay. I guess maybe? He was aiming for her leg. He had to have, right? Because otherwise, like, why is that whatever.
I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? In the paper, the news, every day I am. Radio won't even play my jams, cause I am whatever. Anyways, hey sis.
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir. Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? Looks like the blade of a knife. But it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, detective. Huh? Is it, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. Dude is a simp. I'm going to return this Babylone's knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Polano. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Ha! And which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the alabaster knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that sum it up? I forgot, her voice is so, like, objection. Huh, you craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems in what respect? Why do you think my real reason in allowing her to chase after me? It was all so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday?
That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There's no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? And the real ringleader is still out there pulling those strings?
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. Then you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shina?
Yes, I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all the evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do, but then why start two fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! Yeah, I mean, Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Just think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Agent Long?
Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
Anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. It will come back once his anger subsides, though. It's finally over, Kay. I feel I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling on the Jammin' Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a little bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. So, just spitballing. So we know Bad is one of the three, you know, it's not Long. Long seems like an innocent little puppy, quite frankly. I think it's one of the ambassadors. It would make most sense for it to be Palan. But Alba wouldn't surprise me. More evidence would point towards Palan. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
That's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, we're chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Ha ha ha, LOL. Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just shaking on my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad? Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. You too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give you these back to you.
These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Oh, what? Wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatagarasu stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. KG8 incidents, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate?
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. That's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU, she never had a sister.
Isn't that some really obvious evidence that could have been checked on very early on? What? Then that means...
Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This is something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Babbly's ink?
Why would you,
Again, make it so...
the fact that the card that Cohen sent was made into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief Yatagarasu, the great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you, this lollipop.
What is it, sir?
This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence.
I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from him, from us, 10 years ago, was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was, finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and this video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman?
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
Evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law.
Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Day spoke of? Like an ambassador? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is this person who determines the limits to them.
You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu.
Pops!
Don't ever lose your directive spirit. Your detective spirit. Oh, sorry, talking about directives.
Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice!
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go.
Yes, sir. Is this really the end of a legend? No, because it's to be continued. Ha! God. So we have like a whole nother fucking this is like two cases in one. I don't want to stop because I am kind of exhausted. Oh. But I also how much more do we have? Like, is it more than another stream? Oh, God. Great. This is when the bad. Have the cursed words been revealed? About 2/3. Hmm. $320, huh? Alright, let's plug in for a bit longer. Now we know who the Atagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved.
Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in.
Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been erased.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. How convenient. Now we can see what's on that tape detective bag gave us.
This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
Edgeworth has like 16 constitution.
This man, it's Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand.
Oh, I don't stream for my... Well, I actually do stream for my sanity, but in a weird kind of reverse way.
This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building.
Apartment building? How do you figure that?
Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. The crime scene was the victim's own apartment.
So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building?
This seems asinine then. Why would you? It's an apartment building. Of course there's a fucking camera. Okay. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Armano.
I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it, which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
Where? Where?
Wait, what was that?
Huh?
That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again.
That is not what a VCR...
This car, this is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Canopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful, this tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quirkus! You shouldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you apprehended that thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. You can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastion and Babylese police?
Ambassador, we are so close! Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyways, right?
Well, on your side. That's true, however... As he said at the very beginning, the area can be considered to be Alabastion soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way.
Well, yeah, I haven't fucking left.
Yo.
It really hasn't been that long. Agent Long, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the sense of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Long, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, as a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You! No! The killer?
You really mean that, Agent Long?
Wolves don't lie.
And who is it?
I'm gonna say it's you. But let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Long Z says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damas II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma.
Wasn't expecting that. I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Ah! Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Long, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabas and Bilbao, did you not?
And where's your evidence that I'm the killer?
I was just getting to that, trust me. I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. Oh, don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. Just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Arrgh. Agent Long, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, I'm in that case. I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet. Yeah, that's the reason you should be fucking. Oh my god. You're like, hey, and you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing like when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now, let's go.
Is this the end? I wonder what the counter was from Rise from the Ashes for that. I feel like it was pretty high. Is this the end? All right, guys, I got a question for you. Not ending yet. I think I'm gonna try to get to 5 hours, which is another 20-ish minutes. When I'm done doing this, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make myself a bowl of oatmeal. I have three choices. What do you think I should eat? If it matters, and it might, what I mix it with is vanilla almond milk. Not water, not normal milk. Anything else that you could mix oatmeal with. Apple cinnamon. Maple and brown sugar. Strawberries and cream. What should I do, chat? Not chili pepper. I'm not fucking Barbara. Yes, BlueStacks is the emulator. I mean, you can ask it. Can't guarantee I'll answer it, but it depends. Well, I don't have plain vanilla. What's my favorite cartoon non-anime? Can it be an adult cartoon? Because if yes, then it'd be The Simpsons. But if you're talking about, like, something that isn't like a prime time adult cartoon, so that would be something like The Simpsons, Family Guy, Archer, Bob's Burgers, King of the Hill, Futurama, American Dad, Cleveland Show. God, that show sucked. Any cartoon? Yeah, it'd be The Simpsons then. That's my favorite show of all time. If we went with something less adult, but still kind of adult, that wasn't anime,
would probably be Rocco's Modern Life. I'd have to think about that. Maybe like the Powerpuff Girls. I think I like Rocco's Modern Life more, though. Adventure Time? I've never seen Adventure Time, but I hear it's very good. Oh, Rick and Morty would be in there too, but I've never seen Rick and Morty either. Those are two shows that I hear are very funny. I haven't eaten oatmeal. Well, I've been eating it a ton recently, but there was like a 25-year gap between the last time I ate it consistently and now. What about post-season 9 Simpsons? No. No. When I talk about The Simpsons, I mean seasons 2 through 8 Simpsons. I guess you could throw season 1 in there. There are some good episodes, but there are also some cringy parts of season 1. Normally yes, but the cream does kind of make the fruit-based ones a little heavier than you'd think. The apple cinnamon's probably the lightest of the three, because it's more fruit-based but doesn't have the cream part of it too. That's an interesting factor I had not considered. Do I feel like something heavier or a little lighter? I guess I'm looking to get hit hard by something because I'm still starving. Like before I ate that pizza, I had not had much over the past 2 days. A day and a half. I want to over dramatize it.
Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babao. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashi No, was found here in the Alabastian's ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Prima Duck statue, and that this is actually Babao's statue.
I guess that would be a big difference between Rise from the Ashes and this case. Gant was fucking awesome. He was a great villain. Even though that I find that case to be almost not flaming garbage. It's again, much like there was this case, I think there was a part where it could have stopped at a tiny bit more detail and wrapped everything up and been done with right there. But instead they add an extra like 6 to 8 hours of unnecessary crap that only convolutes everything. So I'm expecting something similar like that is going to happen here.
This case, no matter how I look at it. Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Agent Lund, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on that trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Atagarasi's appearance, you snuck in here, and that's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now! Look sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. Arrgh! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Grr. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Gamez II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Long. If you can't figure out how the murder of Gamez II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterarguments to this hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. But first, I'm going to save my game. Oh, I know that feeling, creature. It's weird. What are my thoughts about the leaked live action script? I am interested. That's not how I would personally go about it, but it has my attention. It could be really good. It's kind of the same way. It's a little different because this is more directly analogous as opposed to something that's more of like a sequel, so to speak. But I'm worried about it in the same way that I'm worried about the Fresh Prince show, the dramatic version, and like ending up not being very good because it took a lighter concept and made it too serious and then screwed it up that way. But that's just that's not like a what happened afterwards for Will sort of thing. That's happening. It's the exact same thing during the exact same time period, just it's now dramatic instead of funny. Whereas the Powerpuff Girls are, you know, they're adults, right? Not even like teenagers. People do seem to hate this case. But I mean, it's not anything I didn't expect. My opinion is going to be entirely my own. I might like the villain, even though Maxim thinks the villain's flaming garbage.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started.
Yes, let's.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin, and the murder weapon in the killing of the masked II is Babal's primitive statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Well, as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect?
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Long, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. You're a little butthurt about what happened to your subordinate.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Long Z never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor, who do you think you are speaking about Long Z's proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs because my words are all you need to hear to see the truth. Well, yeah, I might hate the villain, I might not, but that's my point. It's not like it's going to influence me. I agree. I mean, part of the reason they're cartoons is because they can do things, mostly do things that can't be done for one reason or another, on a reasonable budget at least, with live action. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good, but that's not the only thing that did. You mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was the only one.
So you're saying that the Primonox statue was also brought over by Francisca?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Well, that's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are.
Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow it happened.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into our embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. The Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primonox statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped, well-guarded doors.
Hold it!
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabas when the Yatsukarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Kochun's body, she entered Babao. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babao.
And how do you explain the Primonox statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
The only things to cross the border are the Primonox statue and the knife? I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lung. The water is used by both embassies, aren't they? So this is interesting. I just don't know what this means yet. I don't think we can use that just yet. I mean, didn't Larry? Larry was able to? Oh, Larry never made it over to Babao though, right? So the hint is that it was another item was able to pass through and not just the two. And it's not this. It's not this. Or no, this one. Oh. Duh. Agent Long, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight.
Oh? The Master Second was killed with Babal's Primoduct statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primoduct statue go? To Babal. Precisely, and if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that this is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. My wife actually saw that movie today. She actually said it was pretty good. I mean, they did the same thing with Maleficent. They took a character that really had no depth to them other than evil and gave them a backstory. I think that's interesting. I mean, really, a lot of those Disney villains are the same. I mean, you might have some that you just preferred over others, that you thought just their, like, designs and stuff are better. But in terms of shallowness, they really didn't have much going on beyond their mask. And that's mostly because, you know, it's Disney. It's villain bad. And that's how you tell the story in an hour and a half. But, I mean, Jafar, dude was just evil. Scar had a little something, I guess. It was his brother, and he was jealous. Ursula wasn't, she just was an octopus and was jealous of mermaids. Or something, right? Cruella was just greedy as fuck. Maleficent was just fucking evil. Actually, now that I think about it, Gaston might have been the deepest of the villains that I can think of off the top of my head, at least. Because he wasn't an inherently evil dude. And there are other people that might have taken the same actions as he did. He's just a gigantic douche. And arguably has the best song. But do I want to... Would I watch a movie about Gaston? Probably not. He has the one of the more bland designs of the villains. That you can't really take too many wrinkles from, because he's just a dude, right? He's just a dude. He's strong. Like, Cruella has, like, all these resources at her disposal and goons and stuff, so she has a little more than he does. Oh, holy shit. That's actually pretty fucking cool. Yo, what's up, Mike? But, yeah, sure, but that's assuming that they're going to fail. They might not actually fail. Like, just because we've seen failures doesn't mean somebody can't tell that story. I think the possibility of failure is not a reason to avoid doing something. Unless it's perfect. It's fucking perfect, and you shouldn't touch it. Just leave it be. Cruella's not perfect. Maleficent wasn't perfect. They had some room for growth. So are you saying you're not like Gaston, Mike? I thought you sang songs about yourself like that all the time. Oh, but they haven't failed for everyone. That's just in your opinion. So you have to understand why people would still do it. There's very good reasoning behind it.
I have not seen Twisted or Wicked. I mean, yeah, it is a problem that they're just reusing their old material, but also most of these stories were just old stories in the first place. The only thing that was original is that they were the first ones, maybe not even, to have added a big budget to an animated version of those stories. Those stories existed already. Fair enough, Mike. Well, to me, every big business only cares about money, and that's why they become big business, because you can't get to where you are by putting anything above profit. You cannot get to that point, because if your shareholders think that you are putting something else over profit, because that's what they care about, profit. They're shareholders because they want to make money. They're not shareholders because, oh, it's cool to be a shareholder of Disney. If you're not doing that, then they might not help finance you, and your company's value could tank. So it absolutely has to be profit over everything. And they are no different from any other gigantic media company that exists. So, I mean, it's fine to criticize them, but then you have to, same thing applies to everyone, except like little indie studios. And even then, like, they still need to make money to survive. Otherwise, they could fucking, Raven Software is an indie company that's working with Activision to work on Warzone. They make decisions based on what is going to make them money, not what's actually going to make Warzone the best game possible. Some of them are those decisions, because sometimes it coincides, but it doesn't always coincide. Like 99% of successful companies are like that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. We're bordering on a monopoly problem now, which is, at some point, the federal government might intervene if they believe that Disney's violating federal antitrust laws. But I mean, again, just because they're bigger doesn't mean I'm going to give them more criticism or less criticism than someone else that's doing the same thing for that reason. It's just that they've been better at it. Like I said, I don't think the criticism's wrong. It's just not unique to Disney by any means. I wonder, did she walk him around on a leash? Because that would be kind of hilarious. Because of the dog imagery. Yeah, I agree that these days that doesn't really hit nearly as like, give me a story with a domineering wife. Step on me, baby. Hell yeah. Actually, there was definitely one other person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the vault. Is that really so, Agent Long?
Well, lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors.
Other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility, and though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine. Let's see the piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
This piece of evidence will show another way to move between the two countries. It's the water, isn't it? Because that's what has to do with this. This came to the Babal side from the whatever side, and it was wet. And I think it's because they went through the water. But the fountain spouts themselves seems kind of a weird way to present it. No. I need to save anyways. Oh, I think I did save already, right? If I use the pick? No, okay. Alright, so we're not... Either that's not a thing or we're not there quite yet. No. Oh, dude. Agent Long, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
Wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation.
Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it.
Oh, let me save! Fuck. Thank you to Asasad. Wait, Asasad? Asasad? Sorry if I'm butchering that. The sub. Is it the statue? When did it happen? Oh.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primonex statue replica.
You can't be serious.
The Entourage, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Agent Shino, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh my god. Whew. Oh god.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Whew. That is something. I liked Megamind. I thought it was better than the average critic thought. But I understand why people didn't like it, or just didn't find it memorable. But I personally thought Will Ferrell's performance was really good. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I have heard ever to come out of your goddamn mouth, Mr. Prosecutor. You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air? Huh. And how exactly did she do that?
Why was that? He was literally bearing his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? So just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Long, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her, and for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Like, I was saying that I think Polano's the more obvious candidate here to be the ultimate villain, but Alba really, he first put suspicion on himself. I mean, he was already suspicious because it had to be one of the two ambassadors because of diplomatic immunity, which is, I'm assuming, what Bad was referring to in that they're above the law. The other thing is, when he tried to stop the investigation, that seemed really sus. Really sus. To have decided to do that when they were almost done determining what happened. Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna happen between your two countries at 3 a.m., sir. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer?
Yes, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
You really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! I've said numerous times there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Why wouldn't she want to testify? All right. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred.
All right, let's try this. Let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can say no. Or sorry, how no.
As you wish.
Has just been revoked.
I did make that claim. I'm assuming we're gonna use the wire at some point, right? Because we still have it, which means it's relevant. So I'm guessing that might have something to do with how it was transported. Well, I haven't fell for the stupid tricks yet. That the game tried to, like, I'm never gonna believe that this statue was thrown across the foot. Why would he ever select this? But I don't know. I might get tripped up later. And part 1. Yeah, jeez. Part 2. Oh, I did that. When I first started getting into liking actors, not just movies, I would check out their whole filmography. But not every movie would be good. The first two people I did that with were Johnny Depp after I saw Pirates of the Caribbean, because I felt like that was the first movie I had ever seen and could appreciate, at least, where one single character made an entire movie. Then, after that, I realized that Robin Williams did that too in his movies. So then, after Johnny Depp, I went back and saw all of Robin Williams' movies that I had never seen before. See, I don't ever have to go after a movie because a voice actor I liked was in it, because it just so happens that every show I liked has the same fucking voice actors. 50-50 shot that the lead character is going to be played by Bryce Papenbrook. In the 90s, 95% chance that the anime had Stephen J. Bloom in it somewhere. Excellent. Or Wendy Lee. Wow, Mike, that is quite the fucking project. I hope you're able to finish that. 19 end parts and 19. I think we're gonna stop there though. I already kind of went above beyond what I was gonna do, and this seems like an okay place to stop. Getting ready to question Francisca. So, not a strong start to the second part so far, I must say. The two pieces of evidence that we've used. Well, actually, okay, the first one made sense. Because in order for the statues to have been switched, the other statue had to have been moved, right? That makes sense. But then the whole launch through the air thing, not strong. That's not strong. Let's hope that let's hope this testimony picks up from that, because we're on a downward slope currently. I'd like us to roller coaster back up for a little bit. I guess I'd be surprised if he never did. He's never voice acted before? Jai Young Bosch. Yep, that's another good one. Well, I mean, Disastrous Life of Psyche K is fucking sick. That show was it might be my favorite anime comedy of all time. It's so good. Guys, did you also know that all of Mike's favorite character designs from what's his name? From the Final Fantasy series was done by, god damn it, I'm ruining the joke. What the fuck's his name? Not Nomura. Yoshitaka Amano, yeah. No, it's just, I mean, like, you probably don't know the name, but, like, it's the character designer for basically every Final Fantasy before 7. When Tetsu Nomura took a more active part in the design process, where the guy has that very distinctive art style that I personally do not like at all. But other people really do like it. I personally don't care for it. But like the sprites and stuff themselves look cool, but that like the character artwork I think looks ugh. Wasn't that you that said that he is like something along the lines of him being the most overrated artist in the industry? Or how his drawings look like if somebody just splattered cow's blood on a few lines and that was the result? And said, hey, this is a person. It wasn't that. It was something else you said. Maybe it was Nin. Maybe that's what I'm confusing, because we were in Nin's stream when we were talking about that. No, I'm still on a backlog, so I'm not really, like, looking forward to anything new. I'm watching My Hero. I'm gonna watch. I haven't even watched the first half of this season of Attack on Titan because I'm just gonna wait until it all gets released. Oh yeah, everybody in Critical Role is awesome. Long-term fans of the channel will likely remember my huge, just like gigantic crush on Laura Bailey. Because she has the prettiest eyes you'll ever see on any human being. I look like he starts drawing that never stops until someone takes away his pencil. You're done. You're done. This is fine. Tara's fine now. Just stop. No, we definitely had that conversation. I know you were there, and I know you said you didn't like him, but maybe it was Nin that was like really going hard on him. Somebody was going really in on him. But yeah. Alright. That'll be it for me. Creds. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. It's not gonna be this if we stream tomorrow, so don't worry if can't make it tomorrow. The next stream for this will be Tuesday. And then we may have another, and assuming it'll be necessary, and it probably will be, the next stream, hopefully what would be the last stream, will be on Saturday. And then hopefully that's it for the game. And get prepped up for V3. And then investigations too. Yeah. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to Acme Studios and Day Man for the raids. Much appreciated. Thank you everybody that's up, follow, hung out, did stuff, chill. No, I just said I'm not really looking forward to anything new coming out because I'm not really looking at anything new. Looking at my backlog more so than anticipating stuff that is coming out. Too much anime to watch, too little time. Alright everyone, you have a good one. I'll talk to you next time.
Would that I knew. My searches yielded not. Would that I knew.
Salbang! Nice and dark! I am here!
Hey, Douglark.
I think that was his voice. It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Excellency, are you armed? Hey, someone summon an apothecary at once.
How do you feel, Your Excellency?
My head! It is as though it was split in twain! Bang, bang, bang. But I do not think it's serious. I just need some time.
Most unfortunate.
Hey, sorry for stepping on your toes.
Don't interrupt me again.
Ah! What have you done?
Hey, Lord Brother, did you just stab
You're
her?
a bitch.
Dice it to her?
Shut the fuck up. Be silent, brother.
Hey, hear what you said.
You betrayed me! You killed your father to
Stop talking.
gain control of your house! And now you have killed me!
Shh. Stop breathing. Shh.